47 countries till date and visited 100 plus UNESCO sites. Please also help me in welcoming Ms. Monica Mahendru, 25 countries and counting. She is a solo traveler who believes that travel is truly life-changing and that age is no bar. She is always itching to pack her bags and head to explore a new culture and go on a street food binge. Thank you so much to all the speakers for joining. Over to you, Mr. Kashyap.
Thank you, Neha. It's fantastic to be here. But before we start this whole thing, I think we should all just, applaud that we've made it this far. It's not easy to have gone through a pandemic. It's a great thing. That applause was also a secret trick because that tells other people that there's a session happening here. But before we start our own session, I just want to check. I just want to check within the audience. Can we do a raise? Can you raise your hands? Who among you are bloggers or want to be bloggers? Whether it is a travel blogger, whether it is any kind of blogger, raise your hands, show of hands. Okay. Who is from the travel industry? Everyone else, pretty much. Third question: who is a Marvel fan? Excellent. The question was basically because at least you guys will understand this connection which I'm trying to make here. OTM 2022 feels like the coming back from the decimation and returning after Thanos' snap. Because OTM 2020 was the last event I attended, and after that, boom, we are in 2022. It almost feels like 2 years just whizzed past us, and we don't know what happened. So it was, at least personally for me, it was very challenging. There were a lot of things that had to be changed in my own life, in my career. But I would first want to just understand from the rest of the speakers, and then I'll come to my own story. We could start with Monica on the left-hand side. How did you cope with the pandemic?
So I think the initial 3 to 4 months were just trying to understand that, oh my God, I'm going to be home now and be locked in the whole time. So I think it's just coping. I think the first 3 months or 4 months was just coping. And because I was at home with my parents who are in their 70s, so there was a lot of fear, this constant thing of, oh God, are they going to be okay? Paranoia, all of those things. And I think so the first time I stepped out would have been in September. I remember September. And it was just that first drive of getting out of the city. It's just within Maharashtra, but getting out of the city was such a grateful feeling. Like you're going like, oh my God, I'm alive. I've survived this. Hopefully this is this is it, or whatever this is. So I think it's just coming out of it with a lot of gratitude, and actually also knowing that you actually need very little in life. That's one of my key lessons. I survived the pandemic in 3 t-shirts and 3 shorts because I'd gone to visit my parents, and I ended up being locked in with them. So it's very little that you need to survive in life, and hopefully it puts a lot of priorities in place of what is it that truly matters, and what is it that truly makes you happy. Yeah.
So I should actually add this as an add-on question. This was you coping as an individual. What about coping as a travel content creator, as a blogger?
Also, as a blogger, I would say that right now my passport is sulking because it's not come out of the drawer for the last 2 years. So I'm like massively itching to get out, really, really itching to get out. And as a blogger, it was then discovering, for me, it was discovering places that I never knew would exist within Maharashtra, because my first initial months was, okay, let's just do a road trip, let's be safe, let's not take a public transport. And so then going to these beautiful farm stays and beautiful farmhouses, and actually meeting people who have discovered a very alternate way of living, given up high profile careers, gone and set up an organic farm, opened it for people. So I think for me it was huge understanding that it doesn't always have to be a massive destination. You think travel, you think, oh, let's go to another country, you know, or let's go across, let's go to South, let's go Kashmir, let's. It was just knowing that, hey, you can actually travel in your own backyard, what we call as backyard travel. For me, I would call it as backyard travel, and discover a lot more. Like Maharashtra is beautiful in rains, it's beautiful in winters, you know. The ghats are stunning. So for me, it was discovery of all of that, at least in the first 6-8 months of our pandemic.
I think that was fantastic. I completely agree with you. The backyard tourism and just understanding that you need to look at your own city or the place that you've grown up or the place that you call home in a different way, in a new light, the way a traveler would. So while I was listening to your story, I realized I just had an epiphany actually that the last blog post I have not done a post after that just because it's been a crazy time. Of course, I've been active on social media, but when it comes to blogging, that literally took a pause for a really, really long time. But the epiphany was that the last post is basically about exploring Mumbai as a local, exploring Mumbai like a traveler, sorry. So, and I realized that at least when I blog, my audience starts with me. I first write for myself, right? These are almost like mental notes that I can revisit. And I didn't realize it then that I was writing for myself because nobody imagined that we're going to be stuck in a pandemic and the only place you can travel to is around your own city. So that's fantastic. Nishu, what about you? How did you cope as a person and as a blogger?
So like most of us here, I think they're gonna agree with my answer that I made the dalgona coffee and the banana cake to survive the initial phase and watched all the food videos and kind of just survived on that in the initial few months.
We are totally judging you.
Yeah. But after that, definitely, like it was. I was thinking that when people are scared to come out of their houses, how can I recommend them being a travel writer? How can I tell them or suggest them that you should go to this place? Because my conscience was not allowing me for recommending people to travel. Uh, but having said that, given that that is a bread and butter, so I started diverting my mind from travel to non-travel related items like putting more effort in art and also focusing on other kind of work. I started doing work. I joined a company for work so that I get diverted that okay, I'm not earning money because the travel is not happening, and I just could manage through that phase like that. Yeah.
That is awesome. I think one of the things that people forget is bloggers are also human beings who need to make a living. So when your only source of income is hit, it can really be a challenging thing. Which is why one of the things that I've always recommended to folks is, as a creator, you cannot have a single source of income. It's a very challenging thing to always have. This is actually general advice for everyone. You should never have a single source of income. But I'll come back to that later. Why don't we move on to you, Avantika? How did you cope with the pandemic, with the lockdowns, as a individual and as a creator?
Yeah, I think what Mansi said, like it was, sorry, Monica said was very true. Like the first few weeks, I would say months of the pandemic were they were just like for me it went into finding a purpose again, you know, because initially before that I would just be traveling and writing about it on my blog and on my Instagram, but then like I would continue for the first few weeks. I did definitely continue with like a lot of throwback pictures, but just sort of a definite end to it, right? So yeah, so I think definitely the first few months were like they went into figuring out what I want to do now. I didn't really. I was doing a lot of freelance writing, and that was also taking a hit and all of that. But I did discover. I think I started learning about how to grow my own blog. I started learning about search engine optimization, which I hadn't really done before. Like I was. My blog, by the time the pandemic hit, my blog was 2 years old, but it was just for myself and it wasn't really growing and it wasn't going anywhere, so to say. Um, so I definitely did start learning SEO, and today I can definitely say that like I'm reaping the results of the seeds that I sowed, and it's building up bit by bit. Apart from that, I also started pitching to a lot of travel magazines, and again, like I feel like the little steps that I started taking in the initial phases in the initial phase of the lockdown. Now I'm starting to see the results of it because I'm also now getting published by a bunch of travel magazines here and there. So things like that is, I feel like my writing career really started growing during the pandemic, that's for sure. And yeah, the backyard tourism bit, I think that will stay true for everybody here. Um, I discovered some beautiful places around Delhi. I had no idea that Haryana could be like a place worth visiting, right? But the Aravalis are beautiful. I found a community of people who do a lot of rock climbing right outside of Delhi, 50 kilometers outside of Delhi. I got introduced to rock climbing a little bit. I found this an extinct volcano in Haryana, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful place, and it has a lovely story behind it. But yeah, that is how I coped with the pandemic.
That is awesome. Travel is indeed the best teacher. I think we can all agree on that. And the insight that I would take from Avantika's story or her way of coping is that it's very important for us to keep reskilling and relearning throughout our lives, right? Because if you stop learning and you say that this is, I have arrived, I have it all, I am the best blogger out there, you are never going to remain number one or whatever position you're on. So it's great that you invested your time in reskilling and learning something new. And that's something, again, it's great advice for people who are just starting out, or even for those, actually let me rephrase that, for anyone, right? It's not about just when you're starting out, it's for anyone at any point in their careers, always very important to keep reskilling. Ajay sir, how about you? How did you cope with the pandemic? I know you've been going on fantastic walks, and I was jealous of your photos, but how did you cope otherwise?
Okay, Kaushal, thanks. There are two parts to coping with pandemic. One was personal as an individual. So as an individual, thanks to my press club card, I could actually step out and I was not really locked in. I was in Mumbai at that time and I shot Mumbai extensively, and it is such a beautiful city, nobody realizes it because it's always milling with people. But I shot Mumbai without people. So I've got shots of Gateway without even pigeons. So it's that kind of stuff. So
I think it's no pigeons.
No pigeons, yes. People is fine, but no pigeons also. I went to Vasai Fort, meaning such a lovely place. And Vasai as a village is Goa next door. You don't need to go to Goa. You can actually feel Goa here. So that's how it is. So I did some short travels. I went to Goa also. I spent 8 days without going to a beach. I went to all the churches and temples and forts over there. I went to Lonavala and stuff. So all that was as an individual. I learned cooking during pandemic because I was staying alone. I had never cooked in my life before.
So that's a lot of us.
I know. So that's one part. The second part was the social media or blog. I realized how indifferent I had become to travel. It came through very clearly during pandemic. I had such a wealth of travel stories which I had never ever made public. So what I did during pandemic, I ran two 1 year long series. One was called Travel Expressions on Instagram. Every day a photo on the culture or some kind of story from a particular region. The next series was a year of UNESCO. I visited about 109 UNESCO sites. So I did a whole year-long series on UNESCO. So that's the second part. In fact, right now I'm running a series called Pandemic Travels. The places I visited during pandemic. So it's a 150 image series that I'm running. Same way I did one full year series on my blog, which is 52 weeks. Every week I used to run a post on our planet's landmarks. I did a 26 post series, a 6-month series on masterclass. I am a photographer, so I am faced with a lot of challenges in photography while I am traveling, because you can't carry artificial lighting and whatever. So you have to make do with what is available and whatever the ambient light is there. So I did actually masterclass series on that. I realized that I had such a wealth of stories which I had totally ignored and not made public. So that is something which I made public during the pandemic. So these are the two parts of what I did.
But none of it sounded like you were coping.
No, it wasn't coping really, because thankfully I had the flexibility of being able to step out.
No, I agree completely. So that's what we were just discussing before this session. One of the things I realized after the pandemic, if we can call it the end of the pandemic by now, is that I used to tell people that travel is not a privilege. Anyone can do it. You don't need money to travel. If you have the will, you can travel. All these kind of things, I thought, I knew it all, and people were silly for not traveling. And I realized during the pandemic that no, it's not that. It's travel is indeed a privilege. We realize that it's a privilege now when it was taken away from us, right? When we could not do it for whatever reasons, and we had to go through so many processes just to go from one state to another, forget a country. So that's one of the things which I took as a learning as well. And I'm also glad that he also mentioned about learning something new, whether it's cooking or whatever. It's one of the other things you can learn on your travels as well if you're not stuck in the pandemic. Divakshi, over to you. How did you cope? I know some of your stories, but I would love to know, and the audience would love to know about how you dealt with it.
So like I think everybody on the panel mentioned, that there were a lot of new skills which were learned. For me, there were a lot of new experiences. So the first 7.5 months, I was locked at home. So I was also staying with my parents, and the same paranoia that I will not travel, I will not go out, I will also not step out so that, nothing happens to them. That kind of paranoia. So while I was at home, of course, I almost became a food blogger. Just kidding. Yeah, because I used to post so many photos of, things I used to cook.
I had a concept like eating food blogger.
Making food blogger, cooking blogger. So I had almost become that, all the dalognas and all the banana cakes and everything. But apart from, from the human perspective, as a first person perspective, as a human, of course there were a lot of frustrations because I was not being able to travel, but I wanted to channelize it. I wanted to channelize it, and I thought, I felt privileged to a greater extent where, staying at home was also a privilege. Being at home was a privilege. Being locked up inside in a safe place was a privilege. So my heart went out to all those travel vendors, the people at the forefront who were bearing the brunt of the pandemic. So I started something I called as a Quirky Wanderer Favorite Series. It was obviously not sponsored. It was my own initiative, where I started talking about vocal for local. So everybody was going vocal for local. So I started these series for artisans, for travel companies, small scale operators, so that people will remember, bookmark these recommendations for when travel will open. We had no idea back then when travel is opening. And on a content creator front, like Kaushal said, I always advocate, please don't keep all your eggs in one basket. If you're planning to quit your job and travel, I think the pandemic has clearly shown us that it's not a wise idea if you are not diversifying. So I started taking workshops. We were talking about skill sets. So I took a lot of workshops at that time just to keep myself busy. And as things started opening up in September, I think, like Monica said, I stepped out in September. I always loved India travel. I loved traveling domestically. I loved road trips. But this time I discovered a new love, a new love for travel, for slow travel. And that is something that has helped me cope with the pandemic in all the waves. I hope this is the last wave, but all the waves that we've ridden on. So I think slow travel has helped me a lot. I stayed for 6 months in my family vacation home in Govardhan, which is in Mathura. So it was like a farm stay, stayed there, stayed in Himachal for 6 months. And I actually discovered meaningful travel. I mean, it's not as if I never did meaningful travel before, but this was a different level of traveling where I'm staying in one place, being in Himachal for 6 months and not visiting Manali, that kind of travel, which added a lot of, I think it also shaped my content in a better way. So apart from that, I did a Quirky Wanderer mini series We were under the reel attack. The same time the pandemic hit us, we were hit by reels. So I used this opportunity to, tell the story of India travel in reels. So started this quirky Wanderer India minis to encourage people to travel in India once the restrictions were over. So I think that is what my first and second wave of pandemic looked like.
That's awesome. I think I'm glad that most of you have been, doing so many things, learning new things, sharing what you can and inspiring people for traveling when it opens up. And let's all hope and pray that it has finally opened up for good. And there are no more closures, no more lockdowns, no more waves, most importantly. Goodbye, COVID. Thank you for the lessons. But coming to my own story, I actually had to take notes to remember because I forget. By the way, I started blogging because I started blogging 13 years ago. Nobody used to pay you for blogging. The only reason I started blogging was because I forget things. I have to take notes. So for me, it was about staycations. I did a lot of staycations with mom, who's right here. I did a lot of throwbacks on my social media. Blogging had paused for a really long time. Spent some time amplifying COVID health. I think that is something which all of us did in our own little way, right? We are all influencers to our own circles. So all of us tried doing that, and that was also time well spent. Gratitude and reflection. I think like my fellow moderator said, that's something which came, we all think we have gratitude. We can self-reflect and all of those things, but that happened more than ever before. Family time, a lot of family time, like it or not. That happened. For me, the most fun part of the pandemic was perhaps all digital. I did not step out anywhere. I could not, just to protect loved ones. Was all the digital stuff that we did, which is, anybody remember Zoom? We did a lot of Zooms. We did a lot of Clubhouse. Clubhouse really helped me connect with this kind of community, right? Right now we are all here, but when we were all stuck in our homes, Clubhouse and Zoom, nobody's sponsoring or telling, paying me to say these things, but I genuinely mean it. These things genuinely were fun and great coping mechanisms. And building side hustles. Building side hustles is something which I've always believed in, since the beginning of my career. But it's something I recommend to anyone, whether you're starting out or whether you are well established. Always have some more income streams. I built two separate things. One which is an app for connecting other travel content creators and bloggers, and one which is a community creation platform. So two different side hustles which I could do in the pandemic. In fact, both happened in 2020. And my travel blogging really was on a pause except for social media. So I think that brings me to the next question, which is, for me, my own blogging style changed a little bit because of, what happened around us, and we were not really traveling, so we had to give people a different way of looking at travel. Let's again start with you, Monica. How did the pandemic change your traveling style, or how did you adapt?
So, I won't say that it really changed, but I think it's a different way of looking things. Okay, so when you travel, let's say you travel to a different country, how you view that country, the culture, the language, the food, all of those things become very new to you. You're discovering a lot more. I'm somebody who has strong affinity in terms of cultural travel. So I'm very drawn to markets, people, food, more than let's say a monument. That would be second on my list. Going to a local market would be first on my list. So now when we're traveling, when you're road tripping across, there are a lot of things that are familiar to you. So the food is familiar, people are familiar, language is familiar, those things are there. But then what really became discovery for me was a lot of off-roading. So a lot of my captures, a lot of my little blogs or whatever you call it, Instagram, my stories, all of those things became about discovering parts of a village or, like I said, I did a lot of road trips around Maharashtra. So parts of Maharashtra that I didn't know, forts that you didn't know that existed. So I think it was that the lens changed to, hey, what is in my country that I haven't really discovered so far. So for me, that became a different perspective to look at.
Got it. So it's all about perspectives, and that's fantastic because to me, travel is first about perspectives. It's just a shift of perspective. It's, like I said, even your own city, if you change your perspective and look at it as a traveler, you will fall in love with it. So it's fantastic what you've been doing as well. What about you, Nishu? Did the pandemic change your style of telling stories or blogging in general?
So see, like, for me, travel writing is about my experiences. And with the pandemic, the way I travel changed totally because I'm the kind of a person who would take a metro or take a train. I would prefer that. I would prefer, maybe looking at the strangers and thinking, observing what they are doing in different cultures, how people travel. When I'm on the roads, when I'm on meeting strangers, then that is the true essence of travel for me. And like Monica mentioned, going to the markets, seeing people, maybe early morning markets, how people are going and getting up, buying their daily essentials, and capturing those moments on the camera. But because of the pandemic, it was all about road trips. It was due to the reasons of being safe and not meeting a lot of people. I had to restrict myself to just taking like a car travel or just going to staycation to places where not many people are coming, etc. So because of that, the outlook changed. The way of travel totally changed, and so that had an impact on the travel blogging. But having said that, it did open a very different perspective altogether because I got more connected with the nature. I got more connected with slow travel, you are not in any rush. You are not in any rush to tick off the locations. कि यहाँ जाना है, यहाँ जाना है, यहाँ जाना है, हो
You
गया
had no
नहीं.
option. You could not go everywhere.
So that way you realize कि ठीक है अभी ये सब चलेगा, but you just stay there. You experience everything slowly. And all of this happened because of the pandemic. That there was no rush. We knew we wanted to calm our mind. We wanted to bring serenity to our lives, and that did have a very different and a very nice impact, I would say.
Wow.
I mean, if you're going to stay 5 or 6 days in a village, in a homestay in a village, life is pretty much, it's very slow life, right?
It's fantastic life.
Yeah, it is very fantastic life. So it's all about you just get out and walk, there's no destination in mind. That's one of the things that changes when you do slow travel. It's not about tomorrow morning I'm going to hit this and then day after I'm going to go there, and there's no itinerary in your head. It's just you take every day as it comes. So if you're spending the day sitting on a rock and staring out at the water, then you just do that for the next 5 hours. I mean, that's pretty much
But I don't know if I missed specifically asking this. I know that's changed your style of travel, but has it changed your style of telling storytelling in terms of the format? Have you adopted any new formats? Have you changed from, like I changed more from blogging to social media? I have not been social media first, I've been blogging first. But the one thing that has changed for me is I have now become social media first. So any such changes?
Yeah, like format I mentioned earlier, probably I also used to focus on top things to do in a city. But now maybe I would focus on how to spend 2 days of 2 days without distraction on a hill, like that. So the way of picking stories did change, and also the fact that we all know that now everybody says video is the thing. So I started learning more about it and maybe creating more video related content as well as travel writing.
Got it. What about you, Avantika? Did the pandemic had an effect on your overall storytelling or format of telling stories?
I think when we speak about storytelling, I think I had a lot of stories in my repository that I hadn't really told before. And I feel like I started working on them more and more. I started fetching them out. I started looking at them once again and thinking of how I can tell the story and how I can tell it better and where I can publish it. That was one. And I think that is now starting to reflect in the pieces that are getting picked up by publications, and that is all of these, most of these stories that I started pitching, they weren't, from travels that I was doing during that time. These were all like past travels that I was trying to sort of write about again. And apart from that, with my blog, I think I started, and it was different for my blog because all this while I was writing for myself. I wasn't writing with the thought in my head that, like, there is an audience reading it. It was more of like a free flow of ideas that I was pouring on my blog. But I feel like I definitely did start structuring it when I started learning about search engine optimization, as I mentioned earlier. Um, I started focusing more on how I can weave these two things together, how I can still tell a true and honest story, but also, have it rank on Google, have it reach more people. And I think that is something that I definitely did. And of course, I think everybody is mentioning slow travel, and that stays true for me as well. Um, because before the pandemic, I had envisioned this kind of a travel style for me, offbeat and slow, but I hadn't really achieved it. And I think the pandemic really pushed me to go and, because I couldn't, like, you could not do, like, a short trip in 5 days and then come back. Once the restrictions first opened up, I spent a month and a half in Tirthan Valley, and then I spent 2 months in Gokarna in Karnataka. I spent 6 months in Bede, and now I've been in the Andaman Islands for the past 4 months. So I think the pandemic definitely did push me to sort of, to live to have the kind of travel experiences that I had envisioned for myself before, and now they're coming true.
Got it. So I think so far what I read is that most of you haven't necessarily changed your travel storytelling style as such, but what has changed is your perception of travel, your style of travel itself, and therefore it may have had an effect on the way you tell stories. Going from listicles to, going and fully experiencing the place, that's the kind of shift that is starting to happen. Ajay sir, over to you.
For me, blogging actually started more as it was thrust upon me, because I used to shoot and send images to the publication saying कि ये photo छाप लीजिए. So they'll say, okay, इसमें 500-600 words लिख दीजिए. So that's how I started my blogging. And that's when I realized that given the fact that I shoot locations, destinations, spaces, for me the style of writing since then has been to make a destination desirable. In fact, that's my tagline, making destinations desirable. That hasn't changed. My storytelling style is still the same. I actually urge people to go and visit that place and experience it for the reasons that I enjoyed it for. And that hasn't changed. I provide loads of information even in my Instagram captions, which is the history and the backstory of those places. So that really hasn't changed. But what I experienced was that initial first year of that lockdown, etc., my travel was more in my own personal vehicle rather than trying to take any, public transport and stuff. When I started to actually fly and all, which was after a year or so, I realized airlines have become a little more considerate. Like if your bag is not 15 kilos but 17, they were just not charging you for that excess baggage.
Don't
Which
take this as advice.
absolutely,
Do not recommend this.
because otherwise people like Indigo and Spice Jet, they were usurious. Adha kilo badta tha, they will say excess baggage, literally. But they had become kind. They had seen those tough times and they realized, and perhaps that's the change that I've noticed. Second, I realized that although I am a travel blogger and I have loads of stories to tell, but there is no more money coming from travel blogging right now during these pandemic times. So I branched out and started working with social sector. Because कुछ भी हो जाए, pandemic हो, तूफान आ जाए, आंधी आ जाए, social sector thrives. So I started doing workshops, photography workshops for their on-ground staff, and I also started doing assignments for them. मैंने कहा कहीं से तो पैसा आए, because travel पे तो पैसा नहीं है. So I'm so happy that travel is kind of bouncing back, and this is my first love, this is my passion, this is what I made into a profession about 11 years ago. So I'm going to want to continue with it. लेकिन अब पैसा था नहीं तो कहीं और से ढूंढ रहा था मैं. So that's what I did during this period. So my experience about storytelling or about my own way of travel and how people in travel industry started to deal with us, I just shared that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ajay. Over to you, Lipsy. What about you? How has the pandemic changed your style of storytelling? Did you adopt any new formats?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
So I did shift to videos, making videos. So I realized that I was, with reels coming in, and reels were always associated with TikTok and were always are still seen in a bad light. But I decided to put my own twist to it. And because I started traveling in India, like I said, and road trips, I had not taken a flight for 1.5 years into the pandemic. I had not flown. So I was traveling by road. I discovered a lot of places around Govardhan which were not on the map. Heritage destinations. So I started a series called the Unseen Heritage Destinations of India on Reels. So not only was it a new format for me, video, but it was also a new style as in new content, in terms of new genre. To show people that Chambal is not unsafe, it is without people. You can actually go and see so many monuments there, places which are not on the map. Like Ajay sir said, he was talking about how the industry perception also changed. So there was a shift in the mindset in the vendors also. And I saw this when I was in Himachal. So I was only staying in properties like Monica mentioned, in either independent villas where I could cook my own meals, had a kitchen hai ki nahi hai. That was my, that apprehension was there. So I need to only be in villas where social distancing is possible, staycations and stuff like that. But then I think the first hotel I stayed was a hotel in Himachal in Guntar, the Royal Mansion Guntar. Okay, it was like a typical hotel setup, and I was very scared. And I spoke to the owner, Mr. Deepak Soni, and I told him, can I have all my meals in the room? Because that was that buffet setup was scary. People being in the lift was scary, and they obliged. So I think that mindset also changed. The pandemic made people adapt. That entire the golden list of five-star hotels and everything faded to a great extent. People didn't prefer chain hotels. People preferred interacting with local homestays, staying in a local homestay versus a chain hotel. And that is where our style of traveling changed. At least mine changed, where it became more of local interactions. So it was less about the destination for me, it became more about the people. So automatically it translated into my content where I started telling stories of people. So these people, so when I stayed in Himachal, I had this entire series called Healing in the Hills. It was all about my homestay owner. So basically it was not a homestay actually, she was my landlord, Kamla Auntie. And everybody on my social media knows Kamla Auntie now. Because she's famous, because my content was all about interactions with her. We went for walks, we did this, we did that. So I think my style changed, of course, it was slow travel. Everybody has heard of FOMO, fear of missing out. For me it became JOMO, joy of missing out. I was happy not going to Manali. I was happy not doing the regular stuff. Like the listicles that you talked about, it was more about stories, it was more about missing out, and more about the joy of rediscovering slow travel. So
that is amazing. I think again we can agree that most of the people have not necessarily changed their style of storytelling. What has changed and happened is people have gone back. I literally was saving this point for later, but this panel kind of says or proves that we are kind of going back to our roots, embracing local, hyper-local travel, embracing vocal for local, things like that, right? Which is a great thing for the economy overall. Even overall as a country, it's not good if only some hubs are making money or doing business, whereas some cities and towns are not. I think it's going to be great for the overall growth of the country, where you have a universal growth as opposed to hub-based growth. My own answer was pretty similar to yours, Dipsy. I also, I don't know how many of you guys miss TikTok. I genuinely miss TikTok. It was one of my coping mechanisms in the very first few months of the pandemic. But after that, when, of course, Reels took over, and then that's also been a great, fun way for me to not only create, but also consume. I think the consumption happens first, right? As creators, we first have to be consumers, and then we create. So I thoroughly enjoyed being, in the family. We all enjoyed such kind of videos, short form content. So for me, the shift happened a lot from, I'll be honest, the shift did happen from text-based content to visual or video-based content. But that's not to say that text has gone away. It's very much there. But for me, I embraced video in that way. Still a long way to go, but loving the journey for sure. Next up, my question would be about, do you have any interesting insights to share from your travels, from your destinations? So I have one more question coming up. I don't know how we are doing on time, Neha. So I have one more question coming up, which is going to be more for the industry. But I would ask this more for yourself. Do you have any insights from your travels so far, from about destinations, about properties that you visited, either in the pandemic or slightly before the pandemic also? Any insights, any takeaways, learnings? I think one of the things we just discussed was about slow travel. That was clearly a very key insight, that we are embracing backyard travel, we are embracing slow travel, meaningful travel. Anything else you would wonder?
So during the pandemic or just
starting with during the pandemic, or even you could deep dive into something earlier also.
So for me, essentially because I'm a solo traveler, I'm also somebody that does a lot of spontaneous backpacking, traveling, picking up. So one of the things that really I would advocate to a lot of women who travel, and if you haven't traveled, then one of the things that I would tell is please start traveling. Pre or post-pandemic, it doesn't matter, but open up to travel. But for me, like during the pandemic, one of the things that I got slightly stuck on was because I don't drive, my solo travel did take a bit of a hit. So now that travel is opened up again now, so I think one of the things that I would ask is, you do a little bit more, be a little bit more careful on how you're traveling, especially if you're going to take hired taxis or stuff like that. I think you need to be a little bit more careful on how you choose to travel. Now post-pandemic, if you're not able to fly, if you're going to do a road trip, check on whether buses are safe, how safe is it, those kind of things from my perspective. But generally also as a solo woman traveler, and I think Avantika will agree with me, I think a little bit more research is required now post-pandemic. See who's opened up, who's not opened up. Things that you thought were okay to travel earlier may have changed drastically. People may not be so open to you just coming up and landing up. I've seen that a lot, especially when you travel to places that are smaller, who haven't really witnessed the pandemic to the scale of that we have in Bombay, and you come and say, oh, you're coming from a bigger city. People are a little hesitant, they get a bit like nervous when you turn up. So do contact your host and go a little bit more prepared. I think my spontaneity has gone down. It's taken a bit of a hit. I won't be able to now pick up my backpack and go so as easily that I could do earlier. So that's the key takeaway for me, is I just might have to plan a little bit more than what I would do earlier.
I'm hoping that that's a temporary problem that we're dealing with.
I hope so.
Yeah,
I really hope so. I really don't like planning my travel. I love getting out.
Absolutely, likewise. So I think once this whole RT-PCR and basically once the pandemic is behind us, it will just be way more easier for us to go back to those spontaneous, last spur of the moment kind of trips. So let's hope, let's keep our fingers crossed for that. What about you, Nishu? Any insights, anything you would want to share from your travels, from your experiences, journeys so far?
Yeah, sure. So one thing is that I learned to become more adaptable. Like earlier, you could have much more expectations from people you're staying with or people who are providing you services. But from the phase we all went through, I learned to become more adaptable and accepting the situations that okay, they may not be having these facilities, so it's okay. It's okay to not expect everything being there or everything being on time. And started enjoying a lot more of these gaps rather than getting frustration out of it. And I also learned one thing, that this couple of homestays I visited where I noticed that a lot of owners, they're having their own garden where they are having their own vegetables and stuff. And they said कि अगर market नहीं भी open है तो still we have some backup over there. So I did realize the importance of agriculture, because like India was earlier primarily an agricultural based industry, but now we are like a lot more IT. So I did realize that how important it is for us to also know some basic of it, so that even if a worst case situation comes, I will be able to do something out of it. And I developed an interest in it, and started visiting a lot more farms around Bangalore, where I'm based out of currently, and started to get to know a lot more on how agriculture works in general.
That's so cool. One of my favorite restaurants, actually, the entire chain, they believe in this philosophy called the FLOSS philosophy, FLOSS, which is eating fresh, local, organic, seasonal, and sustainable. So if your food is all of these 5 things, it's good food for you and for the environment. So that's a great insight or takeaway as well, Nishu. Thanks for sharing that. Avantika, over to you. Any insights that you have from your travels so far?
I think in my own self, if you're talking about insights that I noticed in my own self, I want to say that I definitely did become much more independent when I started traveling. Because earlier when I would travel solo, right, I would always claim that I'm solo but never alone, because I would bank on my homestay owners or fellow travelers I would meet, or people I would bump into when I was traveling. I would bank on them for company, for conversations, for food, for just simply for information, for simply anything, right? But with the pandemic, that took a shift, and I think I learned how to be more comfortable in my own company. I learned how to be I learned to be okay with just spending time with myself, even if I'm alone and I don't really have other people to talk to. I learned how to be how to not get bored with my own company, because that is something that I used to feel before. So I think I definitely grew in that sense. And also I learned how to cook, and not just not at home, doing like basic baking, or just doing it for fun. I learned how to cook to sustain myself, because I stayed because slow traveling, and with the pandemic, with the closures, the dhabas and the restaurants and cafes would all be shut. But for me, it was important that I did leave the city and I started traveling regardless. So that sort of meant that I was setting up my own kitchen. I was cooking 3 meals a day for my own self. So in a lot of ways, yeah, I definitely did become a lot more independent. Yeah.
That's awesome. So takeaways so far are that be prepared, but try to be flexible. Try and eat fresh and organic wherever you can. Maybe go back and if not learn, at least go visit a farm and enjoy the charms and the joys and simple delights of what a farm can offer. Over to you, Ajay. What about you? Any insights or learnings from your takeaways from your recent
I
travel?
can think of 2 or 3 things which I'll share. One, during pandemic, I realized how little we need to live, how little we really need to live. So that itself it liberated me literally, because wherever I traveled to, earlier it was zero tolerance travel, which means any problem, it'll frustrate me, it'll stress me out, I'll complain, I'll crib, all of that. All that had gone out of the window, and it was totally peaceful. So that's one. Second was about, I suddenly realized that I no longer want to uh, buy anything from a large store. I started actually making all my purchases from pop and mom shops, because those guys were having it the toughest during pandemic. So that's the second thing I realized. Third, in my storytelling, I told stories about some of those artisans whose vocation, whose skills are not being appreciated these days because of machine-made stuff. So my storytelling actually switched over to even those kind of arts. Like in Chanderi, the Chanderi fabric weavers is a very, it's now getting extinct as a, a tribe. So those things happen. And fourth, I also realized that the time for free stories being given to people because they are giving you free travel is over. I have stopped giving any free story for anybody who is giving me a fam trip. No. You better make sure that my bills are also taken care of, because I have bills to pay also. And I'm in it for my passion, but at the same time it's my profession. So I've stopped giving free stories for anyone. During this pandemic, I just realized times are tough and I need to be paid for my storytelling skills. So these are the things which happened. Thanks.
Couldn't agree more with you, and thank you for the representation. I particularly want to go back to your earlier point. I think it was a fantastic point. You know, the change from going from zero tolerance to being a little more empathetic, being a little more kinder to people, even if there are some mistakes. The hospitality sector, people are under tremendous pressure to deliver and always cater to the guest. So I think if we just go with a little less expectation, obviously they will over deliver as much as they can. But if you let go of some faux pas once in a while, it's okay. We need to be a little more kinder in these tough times. Thank you for sharing that one. Let's see, over to you. I will probably not share too much of my own, but after that we'll do one more question, and then we'll open it up to questions, because I'm sure people will have a lot of questions to ask. So any insights you want to share?
A couple of them actually. Number one was the biggest realization that happened with me. I was always a Bombay girl. So I knew that wherever I go, at the end I need Bombay. I need the city. I need to be in the city. And I think a lot of us have that kind of notion. I was one of them. And that came crashing down in the pandemic because my definition of home changed. I realized I could stay without Zomato and Swiggy in Govardhan, in Himachal. I realized I was okay without the one-day deliveries I was getting, I was being spoiled in Bombay. So I realized that, and I realized how tough and how tough it is. It's very challenging. It looks very rosy on Instagram, but it is actually very, very challenging when you have house helps who are not professional, like they are in Bombay. Something as basic as that. So you have to have your patience. You have to be kind. You cannot lose your patience with those village folks and expect that kind of a city life. It's different. It's very fruitful. But nobody talks about the challenges of being in a village, So I realized that humanitarian change, of course, was there. But I realized I can't stay out of Bombay. That was one of my biggest realizations. Second, what the pandemic did was the initial stages. So there was this entire spectrum. Jahan pe this girl is so paranoid that she is taking her parents to Oberoi and sanitizing the doorknobs. I've done that. That was my level of paranoia, to actually opening up into getting into Himachal, talking to homestay owners and losing my knots. Basically, I was adjusting and adapting, like people said. I started cooking my meals on travels, which I never did before. So I think that philosophy of loss is for real. I have stayed in Himachal. I have learned how to farm. I've cooked my tomatoes. And I think everybody, irrespective whether you love your city or not, should have this experience once, where they go and stay in a farm, cook their own vegetables and have it. Nothing can be more fruitful than that. So I think that is one of the insights, two very, very important insights that I had to share. One was that I could stay out of Bombay, number one. And second was the trust factor. So how the entire industry came to the fore. Every player did their best to ensure that people are trusting in travel again. And I think every vendor has done that, right from the cab services with the perfectly sanitized cabs, to the hotels who are actually allowing you that option of having meals in your room, which was unheard of before. Yeah.
I mean, like it or not, that's the challenge of the service industry, that you have to adapt or you die. So,
Can I add one more insight?
Sure, sure.
So I also noticed that after all the months of lockdown, when I suddenly visited a beach or a monument, it was much cleaner. So I realized that we are the people who really make places dirty, and we are really capable of keeping them neat and clean. So that was like the insight. I was like, okay, we really need to do something about it, and we can really do it so smoothly without putting any extra effort.
I couldn't agree more,
Just one small addition. You all know about AQI, the Air Quality Index. That 1 year that I was in Mumbai, the AQI never crossed 100. It was mind-blowingly good air for that entire 1 year. So that's something actually impressed me a lot.
Elon Musk needs to invest his money somewhere else. Don't go to Mars and all that. But I think what you shared, Dilsi, was excellent. One is home can be wherever you sleep that night, pretty much. You don't have to be a Bombay person, you don't have to be any person. For me, that's my philosophy as well. Home is literally where I sleep that night. Any place can be home. Uh, uh, Instead of adding my own points now, I think I would just jump to the next question. Just in the interest of time, so that we can open it up to questions. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have questions. Please don't let me down, folks. So the question is, what are your predictions for the post-pandemic recovery phase? For the industry in general, for the travel blogging world, do you think travelers are ready to go right now? Are they going to be a little more, are they raring or are they wearing? Right,
So as we speak, I have friends who are currently in Egypt, currently touring around Europe. America travel is happening. I have friends who are currently over there. So right now I'm very jealous. Let's just put it that way. So people, travel is started. People are going to find a way. Because travel is not just, it's not like I'm a travel blogger so I travel, I'm a solo traveler so I travel. Travel is also a way of life for people to move on. It's an indication, okay, there's something that's normal that's coming back into my life. And that's where travel plays a big role. Getting out with your folks or with your partner and moving in. So for sure, we're finding ways. We've done that already. My first travel was 4 months into the first wave of pandemic. I found a way then. And now it's opening up. We're seeing that right behind us. That's a very big indicator. So I would say that we're going to continue. And people are coming back. The industry is bouncing back. It's already been doing in parts. So whichever part is open, there's travel, something shuts, something else opens up, that's happening. And a lot of local, for the industry, there's a huge spike in local travel and tourism. I think now they're getting up for international. That's my take on it. And I'm ready. I'm just waiting when I get out, for sure.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you to OTM for being literally the Batman, the beacon of hope for this industry, for its resurrection, for us to restart our lives and to restart travel. Nishu, what about you?
So there is a saying that if you ask a child to not do something, he's gonna do that, right? So we have been put in our rooms in our cities for almost 2 years, and I think because of that, the travel industry and all of us are gonna come back and gonna come back really strong. And I also feel that because of the pandemic, the way people are working these days have completely changed, right? It is no longer that you have to be at your own desk and then only you can work. The offices are giving us flexibility to just be anywhere and work, and because of that, we do have a lot of potential in terms of a longer stay travel and people working from multiple locations, etc. So I think that we were hit for 2 years, almost 2 years, and but now we're gonna come back and there will be more plus to it rather than being negative. Yeah.
That's a fantastic point, Nishu. I couldn't agree more with you. We are calling this revenge tourism, right? I think revenge is a very harsh word, but what we are looking to is more of a bounce back, better, stronger, with way more purpose. So I think travel is going to look at numbers which they've never seen before. I think the industry is at the onset of a massive influx of tourists from all across. So it's going to be good times ahead, definitely. I also believe so. One thing I would.
I think I really love how digital nomadism became so common and widespread during the pandemic, and I really think it will continue even once like the pandemic is behind us, because like if like once people have like understood that they have that option, that opportunity of sustaining themselves while also enjoying travel, I think they will definitely continue finding ways to do it, even if offices open up and people get called back to their jobs. But I think definitely the international tourism is also, it's already opening up, and for me as well, I'm also looking forward to a lot of international trips. So yeah, I think it's opening up, and it's opening up with a bang.
That's another great point as well, Avantika. The digital nomad as a segment or as a target group has perhaps never existed in a country like India, right? We were usually, one of the first tenets of digital nomadism is that you need to have geo arbitrage, which means that you need to have a stronger currency, where you're making money and you spend it in a place where you're spending less money. But I never imagined the digital nomad phenomenon to grow so much in India, and I think that's a huge market that is opening up in this country. The same thing with staycations, the same thing with long-term stays. So these are going to be again new markets which can be addressed by the industry. So thank you for those insights. Over to you, Ajay.
To me, the travel industry is going to face something which they have never faced before. Business travel is not going to bounce back. People have realized that they can do meetings from wherever they are, and that is something which the industry they will have to face, because business travel is not going to go back to its earlier levels. But as far as leisure travel is concerned, lot more different kind of travels are opening up. Earlier it used to be London jayenge, Paris jayenge. Today, going to even an unknown village in your neighborhood is a travel. So I'm saying that's the second trend which is going to happen. Third trend is that the costs of running hospitality or airlines or any of that is gone up, because I was having a buffet breakfast in one of the 5 stars in Bangalore to realize instead of stacking up plates for the buffet, they actually had arrangements like a sit-down dinner arrangement where each plate was covered and sanitized, each glass was covered and sanitized. Their costs have gone up for all of that. So that is something which is going to also be borne by the traveler, because ultimately those are the costs.
But I think at the same time, don't you think the food wastage will also go down, right? Because they are doing individual plated, just thinking aloud, that's probably going to bring down your food wastage.
While that is true, but let's face it, it has actually pushed their costs up. That's one part. When it comes to the homestays or Airbnbs, etc., over there the costs have come down. So there is a dichotomy. On one hand, the costs have been pushed up, particularly for the top end of the chains. But for the lower end, the costs have come down because people are now making do. And I'm saying not just those people who are running the place, but even the travelers are making do. So that is something which is here to stay. So to me, these are the trends essentially.
So, a couple of months ago, I would have agreed with you that business travel was, going to be facing tough times. But I think I can say this with utmost assurance that I don't think so. I think business travelers are bored of Zoom calls, are bored of doing these virtual meetings. You can do them once in a while, but you will always require the MICE segment to support you. You will always require some kind of outing, whether it is a company off-site or something like that, to get people together, because people always want to be together, not always virtual. Virtual is a great complementary thing, but not a supplementary thing.
I think the human connect is very, very important. And we're all saturated with a digital connect.
Couldn't agree
And
more.
the fact that we're sitting here,
I was just going to say the same thing.
I mean, for me, I'm so grateful that we can actually do that. And we're not doing this on Zoom. you know.
The first thing I said to Ajay when I met was like, I'm glad I could hug you in person, as opposed to, saying hello or doing a wave on a Zoom call. As much as we all love. So,
People are ready for that, and people are ready to take risks for that. I think the place I see a lot of growth is going to come up is, I think Airbnbs are going to be more, because people want, if you don't want a very crowded place and you want your own space, and you're going to see a lot of homestays out in the forest or wilderness, a lot of farm stays that people are going to go and start exploring a lot.
such fantastic problems to solve. Dipsy, over to you.
So, I think most of my fellow panelists have covered the points, but I think one point that I really stand by, something I've been promoting pre-pandemic, in the pre-pandemic days also, domestic travel. So I think there's a silver lining in the pandemic for domestic, tour operators, where foreign was considered fancy, outbound is still considered fancy, but people were pushed to explore India. Some people were pushed to explore India in a good way. So that really helped in the domestic income, bringing in more, generating income for domestic players. And I think this is not a trend, but this is something that is going to be here for some time at least. With the changing rules every day, the health regulations in the international and the outbound sector, we are going to look at more domestic players and domestic tourism getting a boost. Secondly, I think, like most people have said here, we're tired of virtual engagements, virtual parties, virtual meetups, meetings, virtual weddings. We're tired. So I think more of, rather than the revenge travel, I don't like that term. I don't like that term. I would say people are just waiting to go out and travel with their friends and families. So that kind of travel, in the gap that they're going to get between the waves, that is going to happen. And I think lastly, those kind of properties which by design are, supporting social distancing, like villas. I was in a property, Coorg Wilderness Resort. They had their, separate villa settings where it is, naturally possible. By design it is possible. Those kind of properties are going to get preference by travelers and also vacations. So people have realized that we can, we can work out of home. It's possible. We can work. Work from home used to be looked down upon earlier, but pandemic has changed that. And I think a lot of tour operators and a lot of people in the hospitality sector can leverage, not by making design changes, but only having a Wi-Fi connection, a stronger Wi-Fi connection. Can, small changes can do magic. Yeah.
I couldn't agree more again. I think we can all, it's pretty much about time for us to end this session. We would love to take questions, but to very quickly sum up what we spoke about, right? I think we've seen the worst of this pandemic. Let us all try to hope and pray that we've seen the worst of the pandemic. Now what we're going to see is a resurgence of travel, a boom in travel. People are going to be traveling like never before. There are going to be new opportunities that are going to be created in new spaces that didn't exist before. And I think everyone is just going to be having a great time overall. We've seen the worst. The times ahead are, if I may, Anchit.
So in the interest of time, we can only take 2 questions. So anyone from the audience who has questions for our speakers, please go ahead.
Neha, thank you for letting us overshoot the time.
Hi. The things are everything going to on metaverse. So how, in terms of the content creation, how you are getting ready for the future?
May I take this one? The question is that everything is going to the metaverse. How are you taking things on the content front? Right, that's your question. I can answer it first because I'm very curious about the metaverse. I'm very curious about Web3. Personally, I have a dichotomous view of the metaverse. On one side, I say it's going to be a super flop, and on one side, I think it can be a massive opportunity. So the way I would look at it is I would hedge my bets. I would definitely play, I would definitely dabble, I would definitely try to do NFTs and try to do, even do a DAO or be a part of it. So for those who don't know, these are Web3 terms where you have decentralized autonomous organizations online. You have NFTs, which are non-fungible tokens. You can, for example, somebody like Ajay sir could create an NFT of his photographs, put it out, sell it for Ether or any other cryptocurrency. But that's a whole different topic. Just because I'm saying I'm dichotomous about it because we ourselves don't know how our own government is going to be taking it forward, right? There was a possible ban before, now it is slightly regulated. We still don't know whether it is fully legal or not. So to me, I know that's the crypto part of it. The metaverse itself, trust me, I am the most digital person you can find in this room. And I'm bearish about the metaverse. I do not think it is going to change the world. I think I think we should have this conversation later offline, because ultimately all good discussions happen offline.
Can I just quickly add one thing on what Kaushik said, that in terms of the impact of travel, impact of metaverse on travel, with using phone itself, my mind is so gone. Imagine we being physically present in metaverse. If that happens at all, I think we will more and more need more connection to the nature. We will need more of disconnecting with that world and stepping into the world of leisure. So I think that gives another opportunity to travel world in terms of how we create those kind of an experiences for somebody to pull from that world out and push in this world. Yeah.
Even if it's, again, sorry to take time again on this, even if it's a visual first medium, it will never have three senses. It can never replicate three senses: touch, smell, and taste. You cannot do these in the metaverse. So you still require to be in the physical space to fully experience any place or travel for that time. Anybody else? Or anybody else have questions?
Thank you.
It won't work for me. I mean, how am I going to eat in the metaverse? What's going to happen to all the food that I love going to different countries and eating? So yeah.
So yeah, I had one question that to build the trust, do you see that more hotels and travel boards are going to connect with bloggers and influencers to build the trust among the regular travelers, so that you can raise the trust in the regular travelers? More collaborations do you see for travel bloggers?
For travel bloggers, I think collaborations will now increase, and these collaborations are now going to be more focused. Earlier it used to be generally review kar do. Now it is going to be very focused as to see what all rigor we have for keeping hygiene, for keeping, I think the focus on health, that will also have its impact and imprint on the way these collaborations are going to be shaping up in coming times.
Thank you so much to our wonderful speakers for such a fun, interesting and exciting session. You all have already motivated us to pack our bags and travel. Can we please have a huge round of applause for our moderator and panelists? Thank you so much for being here today and taking our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha, to OTM, the FairFest team. It's been an honor to be here. Thank you so much for having us. And thank you to my esteemed panel here. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks
And
a lot.
thanks to the audience for patiently listening to us.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Almost forgot about that. Thank you, folks. Happy travels.
Thank you, everybody. Please travel.
Thank you so much for your valuable time.
में बदल कर हवा में गोते लगाए, दोनों बाहें खोल कर सूरज को गले लगाए। गंगा तट पर आसन सीखे, शीर्षासन वज्रासन सीखे। सुबह देखे, नून देखे, ब्यूटी ऑफ नून देखे, दर्रों के झरने देखे, फूलों के तगने देखे, फूलों से सजी हुई खिलखिलाती जान देखी, सूरज की किरणों में लहराती मुस्कान देखी।
Gunhill Wali Road Weekly Bar Yehure.
What, queen of hills देखे, hills देखे, गन वाली hills देखे, अरे गन वाली hills देखे।
ए भीमा, आजा, तू भी तो फैमिली है भाई।
Head south for Roteshwar.
भोले की गुफा देखे, क्या है राज छुपा देखे।
Athamali Hunke Northwest Jai.
तन मन में उड़ना सीखे, भक्त देखे, भक्ति देखे, जागेश्वर में आस्था की शक्ति देखे। केदारनाथ की आरती देखे, धरती पर स्वर्ग की छाती देखे, सोल को सोच मिलता देखे।
आप पहुंच का ये है स्पेशल चाय डेस्टिनेशन।
चाय के बगान देखे, मनमोजी इंसान देखे, चाय के बगान देखे, मनमोजी इंसान देखे, चाहती चुस्किले हंसी का रस पान देखे, चाहती चुस्किले हंसी का रस पान देखे, धरती से मिलता आसमान देखे।
जम्मू के राजा को देखने के लिए बार Yehure.
सांसों को सुनना सीखे, सांसों को बुनना सीखे, खुले आसमान में अब उड़ जा तू अपने रंग में, तालियां भी।
दिल को यहाँ आने से कैसे कोई रोके, कदमों को यहाँ बढ़ने से कैसे कोई रोके।
अपना दे है दिल खोल के, अपना दे है दिल खोल के, अजू उत्तराखंड में अपना दे है दिल खोल के, अजू उत्तराखंड में अपना दे है दिल खोल के।
Thank you. Now I invite all of you to visit Uttarakhand, and now this is the famous Chata Yatra is also starting from the 8th of May. So I request to invite all of you to Uttarakhand. So thank you. Anything from your side? Thank you.
ईसा संवत के बीच में किया गया था। देवनी मोरी में एक विशाल विहार के अवशेष मिले हैं एवं बलुआ पत्थर द्वारा निर्मित बुद्ध की अनेक उत्कृष्ट मूर्तियां भी प्राप्त हुई हैं। यहाँ का प्राचीन एकाश्मिक स्तूप, जिसमें अवशेषों के उत्कीर्ण ताबूत पाए गए हैं, ऐतिहासिक दृष्टि से अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। औरंगाबाद जिले में स्थित अजंता और एलोरा गुफाओं के उत्कृष्ट स्मारकों तथा कलाकृतियों का निर्माण अनेक सदियों तक किया गया था। चैत्यों, विहारों और उत्तम मूर्तियों के अलावा मंत्रमुग्ध करने वाले जीवंत और लुभावने चित्र अजंता का विशेष आकर्षण है। अजंता की चित्रकला की गणना सार्वभौमिक रूप से भारतीय और बौद्ध कला के उत्तम उदाहरणों में होती है।
As a blogger, no two mornings are ever the same. Today, I woke up in India, one of the most beautiful cruises I've ever seen. With all my passion, I've traveled to over 100 countries around the globe. I did not know that this is what was in store for me. When you come here without knowing what to expect, you discover an instant comfort in the life for India. And of course, the breathtaking wildlife. It has left me wanting to come back to discover some more. As a writer, I know that my chapter in India has only just begun.
It is every person's dream to be mesmerized by the beauty of the Taj Mahal. For me as a designer, I'm inspired by its timelessness, and I try to emulate the same in my work. India has a power and magic about it that draws me back here each time for the past 10 years. I love the art of Indians. There is so much to learn, to keep creating. The colours, the textures, chaos and a gentle quiet. India is incredibly valuable.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the OTM 2022 Valedictory and Awards function will be held at 2 p.m. at the open stage. All exhibitors and visitors are invited to attend. Thank you.
Truly independent. India has made me believe in myself. India has some of the most unique and exotic food cultures in the world. Food and travel are my passions. As a cook, when I travel, I'm always looking for new ways to use spices in my cooking. This is such a vast country, offering the most wonderful tradition and scenery in every place you visit. I've met the friendliest people who have taught me their well-kept secrets of chutney. The differences in cuisine from one
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the OTM 2022 Valedictory and Award function will be held at 2 p.m. at the open stage. All exhibitors and visitors are invited to attend. Thank you.
My most memorable trip. I can't wait to go back and discover more.
Do you see what I see? Do you hear what I hear? Do you feel what I feel? Here I am, playing on the world-class golf course of India. Walking through history, making friends. One minute I am traveling into the past. and the very next playing Gully Cricket. Before I realize it, I'm thrown into a lap of luxury. I could be anywhere in the world, but here I am. Hold my club, aim and strike. This is my 8th time here, and it will be my last. Do you see what I see?
Racing has taken me all over the world. But when I put on the helmet, I am still in India. India, where I found yoga and the champion inside me.
If your mind is racing, how can you? Slow down. Breathe.
I have breathed in India's magic. I have felt its warmth. I have breathed out the noise. The Himalayas, the Ganges. I have breathed in their calm. Yoga has taught me the truth about life and motorcycles. That the more still you are, the further you can go.
Incredible India.
What does luxury mean to you?
Luxury. In India, I discovered that true luxury isn't something you buy off a shelf. True luxury is a feeling that you are the Maharani of your world. And it can be all designed around you. All the beauty is yours. All the music is yours. India showed me that luxury doesn't follow designers and brands. True luxury follows its own heart.
Incredible India.
I was going to shut down my family bookstore, but the Indian rhinoceros saved it.
That's a rare bird.
In my travels through Kaziranga, I saw the jungle growing again, and I heard the story of the rhino.
50 years ago, there were only 400 rhinos. But now, there are more than 2,400.
India showed me what can happen if you don't give up. And if the Indian rhino can make a comeback in this day and age, so can my bookstore.
Reincarnation. India showed us what it's really about.
And eating pain is good. Reminds us we are alive.
India, it's so alive, so soulful. Ayurveda had to be born here.
Ayurveda is literally the science of life. Take a sip.
Life flows through the air here, healing the body, reawakening the spirit, keeping a culture that's centuries old, forever young. Ayurveda showed us you don't have to wait for reincarnation. You can be reborn in this life.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the OTM 2023 valedictory and awards
People
function
ask
will
me
be
what
held
color
at
is
2
what I
p.m.
went
at
to.
the open stage. All
My
exhibitors
answer
and visitors are
is
invited
India.
to attend. Thank you.
I learned that you don't add masala just to the food. You add it to everything you do. I learned that flavor is more than a taste. It's a sight, it's a sound, it's a science.
In India, I found the secret masala spices that make all the difference. The joy with which you cook, the love with which you serve.
India, the land of Buddha. An extraordinary journey begins in this sacred place where he took his first steps on the path to enlightenment. This is the land where he first spread his word, where people heard, and where his life took shape. Discover for yourself the journey of Buddha to his final resting place. Immerse yourself in his life here in India, the land of Buddha.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the OTM 2022 Value and Awards function will be held at 2 p.m. at the open stage. All exhibitors and visitors are invited to attend. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the OTM 2022 Value Study and Awards function will be held at 2 p.m. at the open stage. All exhibitors and visitors are invited to attend. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the OTM 2022 Anniversary and Awards function will be held at 2 p.m. at the open stage. All exhibitors and visitors are invited to attend the show. Thank you.
Hi everyone. We apologize for a bit of delay. We'll be starting with the awards function at 2:15 now.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the OTM 2022 Graduate Career Awards function will be held at 2:15 p.m. at the open stage. All exhibitors and visitors are invited to attend. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the OTM 2022 Valedictory and Awards function will be held at 2:15 p.m. at the open stage. All exhibitors and visitors are invited to attend. Thank you.
British
All exhibitors and visitors are invited to
today
attend.
people
Thank
travel
you.
across India, a beautiful motherland, while we hear some of the lesser known stories of our struggle for independence from centuries of colonial rule. These are the stories of sacrifices of generations of men and women to ensure that we can breathe in a free country. Jaya Hind.
This is an active business center in Mumbai, Ornament Circle. During their time in India, the British named all the big and important streets and buildings after big and important British people. So when they left in 1947, Indians decided they were going to rename all of these places after Indian heroes. But Ornament Circle is an exception. Indians also renamed this, but in memory of an Englishman after the British left. So who was Mr. Holland? What did he have to do with the Indian independence movement? I'm going to tell you that story. So the Indian independence movement was a large and complicated event. It included so many protests across the country that people would be part of. But very sadly, most of these protests were confined to whatever place they suffered. People didn't really know what everyone else was doing across the country. And one of the big reasons for this was that the British had complete control of the press. They decided what was going to be published. And so many of the incidents of protest and dissent that were undertaken by Indians went unreported in newspapers. And English newspapers also, they were very pro-British. So when they reported about something, it was in a very biased way. Edwin Benjamin Holland, he was an English journalist who lived in Bombay in early 1900, and he worked at an English language newspaper called the Bombay Chronicle. The Bombay Chronicle had been started by Sir
Dear
Feroz
ladies
Shah
and gentlemen, the
who was
OTM
a staunch
2022 valedictory and awards function will be held at 2:15 at the open stage. All exhibitors and visitors are invited to attend. Thank you.
in India. None of them were writing about what Indians wanted the world to do. He started up the Bombay Chronicle and he invited Benjamin Franklin to come in as the editor. He couldn't have picked a better editor. Benjamin Franklin was someone that championed the press. He was a veteran journalist and most importantly, he was strictly against colonialism. So when he came on board, he started to use the Bombay Chronicle to talk about Indian nationalist causes. At first, the British, they tolerated it. But then, Ornament began to take on big British figures, viceroys and generals, and very soon made himself right at the center. Then, in 1911, came the massacre at Jallianwala Bagh in Amritsar. Over 1,000 peaceful protesters were shot in cold blood on the orders of a British commander. The situation got very tense. The British realized they could get a terrible backlash over this. They clamped down on the press. No reports of this incident were allowed to be published in Punjab. Can you imagine Parliament allowing this to pass, championing the free press like he was? So he decided that he was going to use his own contacts and he managed to smuggle out one quote, first-hand quote, of the entire incident. Then he published it. He broke his story the nation. And it spurred on even more agitation against the British. Holland didn't stop there. He published follow-up after follow-up, consistently talking about the British atrocities. And very soon, the Bombay Chronicle became very popular amongst the Indians. That got the British really worried. First, they imprisoned the journalist, the reporter who had actually written that article. Then they decided, they were desperate, so they said, we're going to deport Holland. And they sent him all the way back to England. That was a big mistake. See, Horowitz smuggled all of the photographs and reports about about the atrocities by the British. He took them back to England. And
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is, sorry for this little delay because we are held up because the chief guests of the valedictory functions, they are just arriving in 5 minutes. But before they're in the interest of time, I thought that I must bring you the good news. We have the numbers at the gate. So far we have crossed more than 10,000 visitors last 2 days. And today also I think we would be having at least 3,000 to 4,000 visitors. And this has been a bumper successful show. I'm sure you would all agree. You have been very busy, I'm sure. And this is the first international show after the pandemic, hopefully. And our visitor numbers are mainly about 40% are from Mumbai, and rest are from, especially from western region like Ahmedabad, Pune, also a lot from Delhi, Surat, and Thane and other places. So people have assembled from all over India.
All exhibitors and visitors are invited to attend. Thank you.
And as we come to the end of this show, we would do this award ceremony where basically the idea is to recognize the colorful pavilion put by so many of you with so much effort. And this is not based on a particular competition. This is basically a very broad, broad criteria where we think that some of the pavilions and stalls are a shade better than the others. We have about 20 awards. 30, so there are a lot of awards, and as we call upon, we would just about 5 minutes later, we would call upon the award winners to come up on the stage and receive their awards. Our guest today, chief guest today, we are waiting for the Tourism Minister of Maldives, Dr. Abdullah Masood, and he is a bit delayed, so we would, but anyway, we would start the awards anyway because many of you have flights to catch. And we also have B. Chandra Mohan, IAS, who is the Principal Secretary of Government of Tamil Nadu. So they will be just arriving, and you see, this is, I would suggest that after 3 days of hard work, this is a moment to cheer. So, yeah, be as cheerful and while receiving the award or while recognizing the award winners, put your hands together. And it will be an open stage. And if any of the winners have anything to say, please feel free to come here and speak. But we have cordless mics also. So speak a few words, anything you would like to express. I would like to also inform that what was the idea behind launching our show a little ahead in the day, because we had calculations and we took a bit of a risk that this would be the perfect timing, and it seems that it paid off. And so we are happy to be kind of an engine, although it, and of which you are all part, so it is a bit, that much more difficult to sort of be ahead of the curve. And but benefits are also there for all to take. As they say, early bird gets the worm. So I'm sure you will get a lot of tourists to your respective places. And we have now, our next shows would be in Mumbai and Delhi and Ahmedabad, one after another. In fact, we'll start in Delhi with a BLTL show, which is Business and Leisure show, which is in a 5-star hotel. And then we would move to Mumbai at a different venue, which is brand new Geo Convention Center, which is built to perfect international standards. And then we will move to Ahmedabad. So there will be 3 shows in a row, and we expect a lot more international participation in September as well. In addition to our OTM series, we do TTF shows in 9 cities all over India, all through the year. So, many of you do participate, and those of you who are not participating, I would commend that you can look at some of the hotspots, like we have Calcutta and Ahmedabad are really very big and successful shows, especially for outbound as well. Well, our reach into all over India, doing 10 shows in a year, gives us a unique advantage in terms of knowing the market, which benefits you wherever you participate. As I said, we have a lot of buyers from all over India, and some of them are hosted buyers, and we constantly work at improving the quality of the visitors, not only the numbers. So this year we have actually refused or disqualified as many, about 10,000 visitors, because we knew that they don't have that much buying potential. And it is a little bit of tightrope walking from the point of view of an organizer. It may always sound good to say that, look, we had 25,000 visitors or 30,000 visitors, but we are, I think, that's what all of you want. A little bit of balance between the quality and the quantity. And so that's why I think we are happy with 10, 15,000 rather than have 20, 25,000, but not as filtered. It is not to say that, look, we are very restrictive, we should not be, we are not, but we have a little bit of, a bar which you must cross. But then anyway, those who are interested in coming, they would find their ways to come, and we don't mind. So to some extent it is, of course, we should remain open, and more the merrier as well. So with this backdrop, I first would like to welcome Mr. B. Chandra Mohan, IAS, the Principal Secretary, Government of Tamil. Please give a round of applause. So Tamil Nadu is the leading domestic destinations in India, and in times to come, I'm sure it will only go from strength to strength. So sir, may I invite you on the stage, because we are already a bit delayed, so we will straight away start with the award ceremony. My colleague Ibrahim would announce the names, and please come up and receive. And all of you who are there must please clap, because it is good to appreciate and clap, good for health. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After a hectic 2 days of activity, that also coming after 2 years of hiatus, where all of us were just waiting to get back into business, it feels good to be back in action. Thank you, all of you, for being here. While we wait for the Honorable Minister of Maldives, Tourism Minister of Maldives to come here, we already have our guest of honor for the day, Dr. Chandru Mohan, on the stage, along with Sanjeev Agarwal, the organizer of Chairman and CEO of Fairfest Media Limited. So we'll get straight to do the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, we start with the big pavilions of the NTOs or the countries. I wish the minister was here, because this goes to Maldives Marketing and PR Corporation. Maldives Marketing and PR Corporation. Is there someone from Maldives Tourism here? So we'll keep on rolling. The Big Pavilion NTOs award also goes to Azerbaijan Tourism Board. Azerbaijan Tourism Board. Congratulations, Azerbaijan.
Just a few words on behalf of the Azerbaijani delegation to OTM. It has been the first show since the opening of the borders with Azerbaijan, and the show has been amazing. The turnout has been great, and our partners are very happy for being here and to participating. I'm wishing luck to everyone, and hopefully see you again soon. Thank you.
Big Pavilion NTO Award for Design and Decoration also goes to Maldives Tourism. We have the very enthusiastic ladies and gentlemen of Maldives Tourism participating here at OTM. Please do come up and accept the award. Maldives Tourism.
award. Thank you so much. Thank you, OTM. We have had a great show over the past 2 days, and we look forward to taking part in the next edition. Thank you.
Also in this category of big NTO pavilions, award goes to Nepal Tourism Board. Nepal Tourism Board.
Good afternoon, and on behalf of the Nepal Pavilion, I would like to thank OTM, the Mumbai people, and thank you for honoring us with this award. Thank you.
Next category for NTOs are the medium-sized pavilions, and the awards go to Qatar Tourism. Qatar Tourism. We are happy to announce the presence of the Honorable Minister of Tourism from Maldives, Dr. Abdullah Mausoom, and who's the chief guest for today. I would invite him straight away on the dais to give away the awards. We would also like to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister, Mr. Ahmed Atif, and the High Commissioner in Mumbai of Maldives. So we would get on with the awards. The next award in this category of
quick thank you on behalf of myself and my team from Qatar Tourism. It's been great to be here. Fantastic. We're launching Qatar in India. Obviously, we'll have an even bigger presence in September, and you'll be hearing a lot more from Qatar. So thank you all for your support. Thank you, OTM, and thank you everybody out there on behalf of my team. Thank you.
And the next award in this category of the medium pavilions for NTOs, this goes to Korea Tourism Organization. Korea Tourism Organization. The most exclusive leisure destination award for OTM 2022 goes to Singapore Tourism Board. Singapore Tourism Board. Do we have someone from Singapore Tourism Board? The most exclusive leisure destination award for OTM 2022. Congratulations. The best thematic pavilion decoration award, and these go to Jammu and Kashmir Tourism for bringing a glimpse of Jammu and Kashmir here with their shikara and with their products from Jammu, Bahu Fort and the Mubarak Mandi. Ladies and gentlemen, best thematic pavilion decoration award.
Thank you very much,
on behalf of Jammu and Kashmir Tourism, I dedicate this award to the people of Maharashtra who have been always standing by Jammu and Kashmir Tourism when we are in difficult times also. And I'm very glad to share you that 65 stakeholders had come to participate in this OTM, and I'm sure the confidence level which we have got out of this will be turning point for domestic as well as international tourism. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Jammu Kashmir. Best Thematic Pavilion Decoration Award, and this also goes to Bollywood Parks. Bollywood Parks, for bringing a glimpse of Bollywood in the city of Bollywood. Bollywood Parks. Best Thematic Pavilion Decoration Award also goes to Incredible India, India Tourism, for projecting all their initiatives here and their tribal heritage, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Dekho Apna Desh and Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat, projecting it so wonderfully along with all the hundreds of destinations all over India. India Tourism for their participation here and the projection in their booth. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Incredible India. Now we come to the Design and Decoration Awards, the big pavilions of the states. Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board. No surprises here. One of the biggest contingents in OTM. Uttarakhand, the Board of the Gods. Uttarakhand Tourism. Next award in this category, in the category of big pavilion, state pavilions, goes to Kerala Tourism. Kerala Tourism. The next award in this category of big state pavilions goes to Tourism Corporation of Gujarat, Gujarat Tourism. Gujarat Tourism. Next category is the medium state pavilions, and these go to Karnataka Tourism. Karnataka Tourism. Next award in this category goes to, for the medium state pavilions, goes to Rajasthan Tourism. Rajasthan Tourism. Next award in this category goes to Madhya Pradesh Tourism, MP Tourism. award in this category for medium state pavilions. We had so many wonderful state pavilions, and this award goes to the host state, Maharashtra Tourism. Maharashtra Tourism. Do we have anybody from Maharashtra Tourism here? Yes. Maharashtra Tourism are very gracious host state over here at OTM Mumbai. Congratulations and a big thank you to Maharashtra Tourism. Also in this category, with a very attractive stall, medium state pavilion, goes to Tamil Nadu Tourism. Tamil Nadu Tourism. Next is the booth category for states.
Today, OTM is a new beginning. It is almost 2 years since we forgot what travel and normalcy looks like. As the pandemic slowly gets over, activity and adrenaline starts pumping again. And OTM has made this happen. It's a wonderful event, well organized, and it is perhaps the first curtain raiser for the amazing travels that are going to happen in days to come. Thank you for making it happen. Well done, Sanjeev and team. We are also conducting TTF Chennai on the 31st of this month, and I invite all of you to please come, participate and make it a grand success.
Thank you, sir. The next category, booths of state tourism booths, and this goes to Delhi Tourism. Delhi Tourism. Next category, the big pavilions of the travel and tour organizations in the private sector. One above destination management services. One above. Also in this category, Trip Jack, big private sector pavilions. And these awards are for design and decoration. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all these private initiatives. In the medium pavilion sector, from the private participants, Welcome Heritage and Fortune Park Hotels Limited. Welcome Heritage and Fortune Park Hotels Limited, all under the ITC umbrella. Welcome Heritage and Fortune Park Hotels. Congratulations. In the medium pavilion for the private sector, we have 1,000 island hotels and resorts. 1,000 island hotels and resorts. Do we have someone from 1000 Hotels? Also in this category, in medium pavilions for the private sector, travel bulls. Travel bulls who have participated at OTM for the first time and have made a strong impact. Travel bulls. Congratulations. In the booth category in the private sector, the awards go to Al Hattur City Hotel Collection by Hilton. Al Hattur City Hotel Collection by Hilton. Also in this category is Planet Hospitality. Planet Hospitality. Do we have someone from Planet Hospitality? Planet Hospitality? Yeah. Congratulations. Our friend from Al Hattur is also here to collect the award. Al Hattur City Hotel Collection by Hilton. Also in this category, for the private sector booth pavilions here, it goes to Truly India Camps and Safaris Private Limited. Truly India. In the big pavilions for the private sector, One Above Destination Management Services are here, so please do come up and collect your award. One Above Destination Management Services. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for all the winners. Congratulations. The best travel tech company at OTM, and this award goes to Travel Boutique Online. Travel Boutique Online. TBO.com. The best value leisure product award, and this goes to Travel Shop Turkey. Travel Shop Turkey. Best value leisure product award. Congratulations, Travel Shop Turkey.
Hello, namaste. I came to OTM since 2006. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for OTM team. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to announce the next award for, again, a most deserving participation. Best New Destination Pavilion Award goes to, this destination is not new, but the UT of Ladakh is a new entity. So, Best New Destination Pavilion Award goes to Ladakh Tourism for a most spirited participation here. Ladakh Tourism, Best New Destination Pavilion Award. Congratulations, Ladakh. The most innovative product award. Innovation is very important in tourism, and I'm happy to say this goes to Odisha Tourism for their eco retreat, which has been a big hit with the tourists. Odisha Tourism for their eco retreat initiative. Congratulations, Odisha Tourism. And they say big is beautiful, and the next award is for that. The biggest participating contingent at OTM 2022 is Himachal Pradesh Tourism with 90 co-exhibitors. There are 90 operators there in the Himachal Pavilion. Congratulations to Himachal Pradesh Tourism for the government and the private sector coming together in such a big way. I'm sure most states can follow and emulate their example. With that, we come to the end of this awards program. But before that, we would like to... Okay, so we will have a... Now we invite our chief guest for the day, Honorable Tourism Minister of Maldives, Dr. Abdullah Masoom, to share his views on the occasion and on their big presence here at OTM 2022. Dr. Abdullah Masoom.
Very good afternoon. And first of all, let me congratulate all the winners of this OTM exhibition. A big congratulations, a big thank you for being part of this very important show. Congratulations. Now, I think as we come to last day of this one, we understand that travel and tourism can be revived. We need our efforts. This year's OTM theme, rejuvenate, revive and reconnect, I think really fits the psyche of our travel industry today. I wish to thank all the participants for being here today, taking part in this one. What the challenge in 2 years has shown us is, I think, a very important message. There was a time in 1919 when we thought the travel agent's role is diminishing. But I think what the pandemic has shown is that the local travel agents are very much an integral part, a very important part of the travel and tourism supply and service cycle. That's what you have done. When international travelers or domestic travelers are not very certain of what is happening at the destination, just an online booking wasn't enough. They wanted to see that there is somebody at the destination who would look after them. And with that, the role of domestic travel agents has become very significant. Particularly to destinations like Maldives, it is more significant. So I wish to congratulate all the travel agents, all the tour operators, and other trade partners for being part of these challenging years and rising to the challenge, showing to the world that together we can. And OTM is definitely a platform that has risen to the challenge. When all the odds are against us, travel trade people ensure that the flame continued, the show continued. And this year, I am very thankful to Fairfest and Media for organizing this event. Congratulations, Sanjeev, and thanks for other partners of Fairfest for hosting this show beautifully. And of course, this type of shows are only possible with a full contribution from the government and full support from the trade partners. In this regard, I wish to thank Indian government for taking this initiative to revive tourism. I hope that OTM and other trade fairs in India will continue, that India will play a very significant role in promoting and developing global tourism. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this great show, and wish you all more success in the tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those most inspiring words, for your most inspiring and encouraging words. And we'll have a little action replay of the award for Maldives. So can we have the Maldives contingent up on stage? I now invite Dr. Chandra Mohan, the Secretary Tourism, Government of Tamil Nadu, to say a few words.
Honorable Minister for Tourism, Government of Maldives, Sanjeev, Ibrahim, and all the distinguished participants of this wonderful event, a very good evening to all of you. As I mentioned, the pandemic has reset our world like never before. 2 years ago, we never thought that something like this would happen and the entire tourism hospitality industry would suffer a very, very serious blow. It is one of the few segments or industries which was very severely affected. A lot of people lost their jobs, a lot of destinations were shut down, a lot of properties were simply, a lot of businesses shut down, a lot of properties actually had to shut down. But today, we've all gathered here for a curtain raiser of an event which we want to see tourism revive to its original days all over the country. Pandemic hit us very hard, but let me also tell you, being a doctor myself, it is not the end of pandemics. We will have more pandemics in future and more so in the distant future. The challenge in front of the industry is that we have to survive in spite of these pandemics. We should not go under because of these pandemics. We have to develop new protocols. We have to develop new systems in place which will help us move on with life, which will help us continue to serve people and thrive as a business, giving livelihoods to millions of people. As the government of Tamil Nadu, we are open to working with all stakeholders to see this happen, and we want tourism and hospitality industry to eventually become pandemic proof. In spite of the pandemics, we will go ahead, we will march ahead, and we will continue to be a story of success throughout the world. in this end, towards this month end on the 31st, a TTF is being conducted in the magnificent city of Chennai, which is the gateway to the entire south. I request all of you to come to Chennai, actively participate, choose various destinations, both for inbound and outbound tourists, and make the event a grand success. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, sir, and we really look forward to working with you for TTF Chennai. Now, we will have a raffle of Maldives tourism. But before that, I would just like to, on the note of finishing off on a very positive and celebratory note, you are all invited to join us for high tea in the VIP lounge in the Grande Hall across the entrance exit gate. And this high tea is hosted by Jammu and Kashmir Tourism. So do come there and share a cup of tea or coffee with us. And now we have the raffle of Maldives tourism. Just before that, let me tell you the high tea is at 3:30 p.m. today, courtesy Jammu and Kashmir Tourism. Yeah, now with the announcement of the lucky draw raffles of Maldives Tourism.
Hello everyone. The raffle holiday is sponsored by Digu for Maldives, which offers a 4-night free holiday for 2 packs on a complimentary basis with return seats and transfers included. This would be the first raffle draw carried out in India celebrating the 50 years of tourism in the Maldives. Now for the lucky winner. It's Mr. Sanu from Woodpecker. So we'll be contacting him and emailing him the voucher. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Masoom and Dr. Chandra Mohan for being here with us today and at the show. And I think Sanjeev ji would like to say a few words. A big thank you to everyone, to all the winners, big congratulations. And we invite you, of course, to the high tea sponsored by J&K Tourism at 3:30 p.m. at the lounge, VIP lounge in Grande Hall. And the stage is open for photo ops if anybody would like to do.
Hello. Hello. I would like to request all the B2C agents from our UTN just come up to the tech stage. We are going to start within a couple of minutes. There is a lucky draw also for our present attendees. Lot of gift hampers. And there is a short introduction from our registered supplier. So I would like to call all our B2C agents on the tech stage. All the suppliers from the UTS pavilion, I request come to the tech stage. I request the new members to drop your card in the bowl. There is a lucky draw for the present attendees. There is a lucky draw bowl. So I feel let's start. First of all, I would like to thanks for making a presence here. Now we are going to start from Mr. Umesh Gupta from Abhivadan Tours to come on the stage and have a couple of words.
गुड आफ्टरनून, मैं उमेश गुप्ता अभिवादन एक्सपीडिशन नेपाल से। बहुत खुशी लगती है हमको यूटीएन में ज्वाइन करके, बहुत हमको रिश्ते मिलते हैं और बहुत अच्छे से लोग इसमें ज्वाइन हैं और काफ़ी अच्छे बिजनेस में करता हूँ यूटीएन ग्रुप से। मैं जो हमारी कंपनी है अभिवादन एक्सपीडिशन आज 20 ईयर से काम कर रही है नेपाल में। अगर कुछ भी आप लोगों को रिक्वायरमेंट है नेपाल के लिए, मैश हो, ग्रुप हो, या अभी तो इस साल कैलाश नहीं हो रहा, नेक्स्ट ईयर कैलाश होगा, कैलाश के लिए आप लोग एनी टाइम आप लोग ट्राई कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Umesh Bhai. I would like to call Mr. Dilip Sinha from Unity Village Resort on the stage.
Good evening, friends. First of all, I would like to thank UTM to give me opportunity to work with all the members of UTM. And what I have noticed with UTM that all the quality of travel agents are almost very better than other associations. So we are at present working very well. Every day we get at least 1 or 2 queries through UTM. We are based at Kevadia, and our resort is I could say in service and food. At present, we are number 1 in Kevadia. That this is a feedback of guests and our UTM members and other travel agents. So those who are not knowing much about the UTM village resort, they could, if they are having any questions, we are here to assist them anytime. We are available 24 hours on phone also. You could only give a message to us. We are there to assist you. If you are having anything in Kevadia, any tickets problem, any hotels, if we are sold out, we could assist you in other hotels also. And for run of Kutch also, we are a specialist. So to thank once again, we would like to thank you, UTM, for giving us opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dilip Sinha. Now there are good numbers of members here. A lot of members don't know about the U10, what is U10. So just let me explain about the U10 little bit brief. U10 is a travel community group where we normally conduct a lot of travel education to our agents by taking state tourism boards, international tourism boards, cruise liners, hoteliers, suppliers, and we do on a regular interval this kind of session where we normally all the expertise give the updates, information on the regular updates on the this tourism products. And second thing, we do a lot of networking kind of things like connecting the right people with right person. So we have all the suppliers from the domestic, international. So many agents are not aware who is the right supplier. So if they connect to the UTN platform, they 99% you become assured that there are right suppliers on our platform. So once you get connected, so on every domestic, international, you'll get the suppliers on our UTN board. And we do conduct a lot of educational pamphlets also on domestic, internationals. So in that also you will get come to learn more things on the destination, and accordingly you can promote, sell and market that destination among the agents. And third thing, the networking. We do a lot of networking session also where the connection, networking kind of things among the agents. So small section gathering. So in that you will come to know among the agents who are doing what things, and it helps. And many of the agents has come and inform about this. Now, this much about the U10. I would like to call Mr. Alpesh Jetwa from Ashish Holiday. Mr. Alpesh. Okay, I think he went to the tech stage. I just request who have come the new member, just drop your visiting card. Soon we are going to have a lucky draw here. Those members who have not dropped the card, just drop the card on that bowl. Meantime, we will start with a lucky draw. I would like to call Mr. Umesh Gupta to take one card from the bowl. Okay, the lucky winner is from Green Planet Villas. The name, lucky person, Mr. Akash Rao. Is it present? Tick tick one. Akash Rao. Tick tick two. Akash Rao. Tick 3. Okay. We will go for another card. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Nath from Book Now. Sanjay, come, please come on the stage. I would like to call Miraya to have a few words on the stage about the company. Please, Miraya, come on the stage. Miraya from ASG, the Travel India Private Limited.
Hi, this side Miraya from ASG, the Travel India. We are B2B supplier for Ladakh, Kashmir, Himachal, Uttarakhand, Rajasthan, Chardham and Northeast also. Thank you. We accept from business from your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Miraya. And I would like to call on to pick up a lucky draw also, Miraya. Miraya, pick one card. Don't. Look that. Good. Would like to call Niyati and Chinmay on the stage. The lucky lady, Niyati and Mr. Chinmay. Thank you. Now I'd like to call Miss Lucky Tak on the stage. Okay, Lucky Tak and Anmol from Paprika Voyages. Please.
Hi guys, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Lucky, many must be knowing me. So this is Paprika Voyages I'd like to speak about. It's a newborn baby for Maldives and we are catering to only B2B. We have a number of resorts we are giving rates out for, and anybody looking for Maldives can get in touch with us. This is Anmol Vasudev, who is one of the directors of Paprika. So let him speak few words.
Hi everyone, how are you all? Okay, so you all might have heard about the company Paprika Voyages. So we have newly entered into Maldives, but again we come with the experience to sell Maldives in a quite longer time. So at the moment we are dealing with a lot of resorts directly, and some of them are our key resorts, and we've got some exclusivity in terms of selling in those resorts. So definitely you all can get in touch with us after this also. So we are at the same UTM stall with all of you all. So definitely come to visit us and we'll brief you about the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Anmol and Lucky. I would like to just take one card from the ball as a lucky draw.
Holidays, Miss Hiral Gogri.
Miss Hiral Gogri from Holiday 17. Thank you. 1 second, Lucky ma'am. There is gift this certificate of appreciation for participation under U10 Pavilion. I would like to call Vinny and Anil also on the stage to present this. Anil and Vinny. Okay, Anil is not there, so we'd like to present the certificate of participation under U10 Pavilion. Thanks. Now I would like to call Mr. Pinang Joshi from Actual Journey.
Hello, good evening. My name is Akshay Joshi and we are from Actual Journey. ये मेरा बड़ा भाई है पिनाक. हमने कंपनी स्टार्ट की है 2008 से, starting from Ranotsav. Now we are doing Gujarat and Uttarakhand. Both are B2B and we are doing pure B2B. And last some years we are a member of U10. It's very good and very supportive with us. और हमें बहुत अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स मिलता है यहाँ से यार. We suggest you all to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pinang. I would like to call this to have a lucky draw. Mr. Shiv Gupta from Mahira Tours and Travels. I would like to stay on the stage 1 second. We would like to give you a gift of participation as a certificate. Vinny and Anil. Thank you for your participation under U10 Pavilion. I would like to call Mr. Dilip Rajput from Inline Tourways.
Hello everyone, my name is Dilip Rajput from Inline Tourways, and we are doing Gujarat, and we are DMC of Gujarat, and we have a special rates of all hotels in Gujarat, and we have also fleets in Gujarat also, and we are just participating in U10 this time. This is the first time we are participating, and we are getting a very good response from U10, and thank you so much.
Dilip, and I would approach to take one card from the lucky draw. Okay, Miss Harsha from Alliance Hospitality Service. Harsha. Okay, Harsha is here only. Come, Harsha, come on the stage. Congrats. And I would like to call Vinny and Anil to present the certificate. Anil is somewhere here only. Thank you, Inland Tourways and team, for participating under U10 Pavilion. Now the next I would like to call Mr. Manish Natu from Mountain Trails.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a pleasure to meet everyone, and I'm thankful to the U10 team for giving such a support. It was a nice support. Thanks indeed, Vinny, Satya, and Anil. And Mountain Trails is a 12-year-old company, and we deal in Ladakh. It's a pure B2B company dealing only in the Ladakh sector. FITs, we used to do group tours, but now considering COVID in mind, this year we are not doing any group tours. But FITs, anything that you need, any education that you need regarding Ladakh, we are there to help you. So give us an opportunity, and I'm sure we'll deliver to your fullest satisfaction. This is about Mountain Trails. Now, it's a 12-year-old company, and taking the credentials of Mountain Trails forward to the next level, we have started another company named World Destinations. It is a it's a DMC for Vietnam and Cambodia. Started just 4 years back, and we have an office in Hanoi. I won't brag by telling I have got fleets in Hanoi, etc., but I have got good deals. I have got good hotels with me, and since you have all trusted me with Mountain Trails and dealing with me for Ladakh, I suggest you also try our services once for Hanoi also. And the conviction with which I am speaking is, see, I am linking these two companies together. Mountain Trails is 12 years old, World Destinations is just 4 years old, with 2 years gone in COVID. So my conviction is very strong. If I destroy your tour in World Destinations, I am sure I will lose my business in Mountain Trails. But I am confident about it that dono acha karenge. So that's why give me a chance, and I am coordinating with Vinny and Satya also. Vietnam and Cambodia, not many people know about all the things. So I am planning to hold an educational kind of a presentation. If you are interested genuinely in learning about this sector, you are welcome, and I will coordinate with you for that. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
I would like to request Manish to stay on the stage, and there is a good lucky draw from sponsored by Mr. Manish only. There is a 2-night stay in Da Nang, Vietnam. I would like to request Sonali also to be on the stage, please.
Whatever I earn, that goes ultimately to her. मैं हमेशा घाटे ही में रहता हूँ. Mr. Prakash Mahato.
Mr. Prakash Mohan. Mahato, sorry, Mr. Prakash Mahato. Tick tick 1, tick tick 2, tick tick 3. Okay, we'll go for another card. Lucky draw, 2-night. Then okay, the Mr. Anil Jawad from Travel 18.
Thanks for the appreciation, and finally one prize during the OTM, and it is very great to work with UTM. They are normally organizing the fam trip, the educational trips along with the tourism board, tourism industry, and they are giving lot of feedback to the new agents who want to explore the destination and all the things. Thanks.
I would request Sonali and Manish to be on stage. We want to give a certificate of appreciation for participating under U10 Pavilion as a mountain trails and as a world destination. Thank you, Manish. Thank you, Sonali. I would like to request Mr. Alpesh Jetwa from Ashish Destination. Welcome, sir.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। मुझे यहाँ पे ये यूटेन परिवार लग रहा है। हम लोग काफ़ी एक इनविटेशन पे लोग आते हैं तो मुझे यूटेन परिवार जैसा लगता है और मैं यूटेन के साथ करीबन 2019 से जुड़ा हूँ और कभी भी अनिल से, सत्या से, विनी से ऐसा लगा नहीं है कि मैं कोई ग्रुप के साथ जुड़ा हूँ, मैं परिवार के साथ जुड़ा हूँ और थैंक्स टू यूटेन कि जो परिवार के जैसा हर एक सदस्य को रखते हैं और मोटिवेशंस देते हैं, एजुकेशंस देते हैं और काफ़ी लर्निंग एक्टिविटीज़ भी कराते हैं। तो मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि अपने ट्रेड के जितने भी ब्रदर्स एंड सिस्टर्स हैं उनको बोलिए यूटेन ज्वाइन करें। थैंक यू यूटेन टीम। और मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन एक छोटा सा दे देता हूँ। आई एम एजुकेशनल टूर ऑपरेटर, लास्ट 1991 30 ईयर्स हो गए इंडस्ट्रीज में और जितने भी स्कूल्स कॉलेज है बॉम्बे की वो सारे मेरे कनेक्टिविटी में है और उनको मैं एजुकेशन देता हूँ, लर्निंग देता हूँ और टूर कराता हूँ। 2018 में मैंने दुबई डीएमसी स्टार्ट किया हुआ है। दुबई डीएमसी है और इस साल मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टूरिज्म से रिकग्निशन हुआ है और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टूरिज्म और आईटा एग्रीगेशन आ गया है। तो आपको कुछ भी सपोर्ट चाहिए, सहयोग चाहिए, आप कोऑर्डिनेट करिए। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद। और सबसे बड़ा जैसा भी मनीष ने बताया है कि हर एक को एक सपोर्ट होता है, तो मैं मेरी वाइफ को दक्षा को बुलाना चाहता हूँ कि वो मेरा मोटिवेशन है कि मुझे हमेशा सपोर्ट करती है और हमेशा साथ में रहती है और एवरी एनर्जी। अगर कहीं पे हम लोग 3 साल में जो पैंडेमिक हो गए तो हमको हमारे परिवार ने संभाला है, तो मैं उसको भी थैंक्स बोलने के लिए उसको इन्वाइट करता हूँ। और यहाँ पे जितनी भी फीमेल्स मेंबर्स हैं उनको वुमेन्स डे की शुभकामना देते हुए, क्योंकि मार्च मंथ वुमेन्स डे का होता है, तो उनके लिए वुमेन्स के लिए जो हमें सपोर्ट करती है, हमारे परिवार को सपोर्ट करती है, हमारे ट्रेड को सपोर्ट करती है, तो वुमेन्स के लिए एक टाइम जोरदार ताली होनी चाहिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू अल्पेश सर। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि एक लकी ड्रॉ निकाल ले हमारे लकी बॉल से। मैम प्लीज।
मिस्टर राजेश बंगाली दादा, दादा दादा को नमस्ते।
रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा अल्पेश भाई को 1-2 मिनट होल्ड करने। वी वांट टू थैंक यू फॉर पार्टिसिपेटिंग अंडर यूटेन पेविलियन। टू रिक्वेस्ट विनी टू हैंड ओवर द थैंक यू अल्पेश भाई। I would like to request Mr. Max sir from ADI Holiday on the stage. Welcome Max sir on the stage.
Thank you, Satya. So, let me first thank you to Satya, Vinny and team, U10 team. They really done a fabulous job. They have connected us with wonderful our travel partner. They came from all the places. So I am from ADI Holiday LLC. I have the
20-year background of the, from travel industry, and we have started our operation for Dubai in 2017, and everybody is selling Dubai. So all people they are selling Dubai. The only difference is we have the good price. Definitely we are not selling the cheapest thing. We are selling the good price, and services are good. We are working on the services. I have a strong team. Yogesh is there. They have 16-year experience of operation in Dubai. He worked with Lama for 9 years, Turning Point. So very strong team. So you can rely with us for the services. Yes, we are whatever we are going to commit you, we are going to deliver you. That's what we are doing. So thank you so much once again, Satya and team. Thank you.
Sir, I would request to be on the stage. There is a lucky draw and award.
Miss Pratiksha Bora.
Congrats, Pratiksha. I would like to request Yogesh also to come on the stage. Thank you, Yogesh. And you would like, on behalf of U10 team, would like to thanks for participating under U10 Pavilion. Thank you, Max sir. Thank you.
So Yogesh is basically, he sits at Mumbai, Yogesh Shetty, and so anybody who want to connect with him, he is there in Mumbai, so he will support you. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Max sir. Thank you, Yogesh. I would like to call Miraya from ASG to come on the stage again, please. Thank you, Miraya, and thank you, ASG, the Travel India Private Limited team for participating under U10 Pavilion. Thank you. Okay. Now there is one more lucky draw. We will announce.
So good evening, friends. This is a very beautiful lucky draw anyone would love to stay with. It's a trip to Nepal. You have to travel on your own expense. Let me get back to you. You have to travel on your own expense. But we have a lovely 2-night accommodation in a 3-star property in Nepal in Kathmandu with your pickup and drop, sponsored by my very own company, Abhivadan Expeditions. So I will request Umesh Gupta, my brother, to please come up on the stage and take it forward.
So, welcome Nepal. Huh? Yeah. Please come.
So welcome, Sandrine to welcome. I look forward to host you there. And just to wind up, we request all of you participants to please come on the stage. We'll have a group pic and the cutting of the cake. which is always done under UTM. Please come up on the stage. We request you all to come up on the stage, please.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh, for getting a cake for you 10. So kind of you. I'd like to request, please, everyone come on the stage. We'll have group photo also and cake cutting ceremony also. Please come, everyone. Rahul, Miraya, please. Come, come. Come a little. Yes. Come, Shiv. Come on. Come. On Women's Day, we would request all the beautiful ladies to cut the cake. Please, 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 please. We want one cheer ups. Yo. Congratulations and celebrations. Well, I tell everyone that you're in love with me. Congratulations and jubilations. I want the world to know how happy as can be. Who would be that is happy and contented? I used to think that this hadn't been invented, but that wasn't that old days before I met you. When I let you walk into my heart. Rajmesh, come on this. Please you also join. All on. Congratulations and celebrations. When I tell everyone that you're in love with me. 1 second, we'll have a group photo also. Stage पे चले जाओ. Correct. Thank you. Thank you for making your presence, and thank you all our U10 family for your support every time. Thank you. Thank you. Have cake, Nathan. Please share. My number 9594 894 111. We would like to thanks Mr. Rajesh for sponsoring the cakes for U10.
Oh, Sachin Bhau.